everybody, welcome to Dragon Warrior 2. That was a fun randomizer race we just saw. Really short one too. We are ahead of schedule, which is good, because we are playing Dragon Warrior 2 next. I hope you all are ready for some COD counting. Let's get set up here. I see everybody's doing DQ RTA, so let's do that. Alright, first I wanted to point out that this game has a special song here called Only Lonely Boy. That's only on the, it's a pop song actually from the 80s that they translated for, or they 8-bit translated for the game, which is one of my favorite menu musics. But, alright, let's get this thing started, because as you know, we need to start moving. I'll just give you a countdown star. You go 3, 2, 1, go. So, this is Dragon Warrior 2. So, this intro actually is not in the Japanese version of the game. That was released actually about 3 years before this one was in Japan. For the North American release, they added all this beginning sequence here, where you get the king and his daughter having a lovely walk in the garden. And something happens. So I think this is actually probably the longest opening cutscene they have in about any NES game. It's only like 3.5 minutes long. But it's pretty cool nonetheless. So the enemies are invading with Hargon as their leader. And the king has died. So the story of this game takes place about 100 years ago after Dragon Warrior 1. So there's all these kingdoms that the original hero founded, and his ancestors spread out to start. So the premise of the game is you're actually a descendant of the hero, and obviously you're going to defeat Hargon. So I guess I will talk a little bit about this category. So I kind of started this category on my own after some RNG manipulation was found for this game. Just setting the hero's name to capital T, capital U, capital T, you can actually lock the RNG. There's a whole bunch of different names that do it, but you can use the name TUT, all capitals, and it will lock the RNG where that you won't get any encounters. You can actually unlock the RNG again by saving your game, which you actually have to do, otherwise you'll soft lock once you get into a forced battle. So the current record for this game is actually about 3 hours by Nescarnality. It's kind of been building on some other RNG manipulation on top of that. And that time can come way down but personally I'm more interested in playing the game kind of how it's meant to be played, with all the horrific deaths and all. Alright, so that's great. So I'm going to buy 3 herbs here, and I'm looking for a lottery ticket, which I just got on the first one. So lottery tickets in this game sell for 53 gold, which is a lot of money early game. And so that's going to allow me to, number one, afford me a little bit of safety, and also allow me to buy some items earlier. Alright, so now we're off. We're supposed to find our cousin, the Prince of Cannock. So he's somewhere on this continent. So we're going to visit his castle, running all the way. So we're going to be running a lot in this game. The base run chance in this game is actually a flat 66%. So you have a 66% chance running no matter the enemy type or what. Which is pretty good actually for run chances. Later games actually moved it down quite a bit to 50% on the first couple tries. Alright, so talk to the king of Cannock. He said his son is off in the spring to the east, so we're gonna go look for him. So that was our first failed run of many. Like I said, the good thing about it is it's a 50 or a 66% chance, but the bad thing is it's always a 50 or 66% chance. So you can sit there many times before you successfully run. So we just got to make it into the spring here, looking for the Prince of Cannock. Ooh, that's not good. So, another thing about this game is it's obviously the first Dragon Quest game to introduce a party of multiple people as well as multiple enemies. So in doing this game's kind of become notorious for how imbalanced it is, especially for the end game. Because the developers have admitted themselves, if you read some old articles, that they kind of ran out of time trying to develop the end game, and it's very difficult. You kind of run into a wall. Alright, so talk to the old man, and he tells us he's in Minhall Castle. So we're actually not going to go back there. We're going to pick up this chest here because we need all the herbs we can get. And hopefully we're going to death warp here, but we're not getting any enemies. There we go, this will be perfect. Alright, so that will be the first of many deaths. That one intentional. So the main hero here, he actually never learns any spells. He's basically a physical powerhouse, kind of like in later games, kind of designed as a soldier type. He can wield all the best equipment and has really good defense. Okay, so we're gonna head down here to Left Wayne. And conveniently enough, we can skip going to Middenhall and meet the Prince of Kennock here. So actually I didn't look at what his name is, and I have never used this name before, so we're gonna find out what his name is. Prince Lars, look at that! So Prince Lars is actually the same name that I typically have for him. So his name and the princess's name that you will find later here, they are based on the hero's name. And it just uses a simple algorithm to do that. So now that we have Lars, we're going to do some grinding. Everybody's favorite part of Dragon Quest. What? Alright, Cronus, this is up to you to fix it. Alright, that works. Alright, so what we want here is we need to get, mainly get Lars to level 3, which he learns Fireball. And which is our first attack magic spell. So one other thing you might notice here is characters don't have smart AI. They won't. Oh, that's nice. Oh, just some gold. That's good. Characters don't team up on like injured enemies or anything. It's just completely random which enemy they attack. So it makes battles quite difficult to efficiently kill enemies as well as survive sometimes. Alright, so we already got the hero to level 3. Go ahead to heal here. So in general I'm going to play a little bit safer than I normally do. Mainly because this game can kill you anytime it wants to. My time is pretty generous. It is actually possible to beat the game in about just over 4 hours. But as you'll see at the end game, luck plays a big factor into finishing. So yeah, another game I run is Chrono Cross, that's correct. I ran that actually last year at RPG Limit Break with Spike Vegeta. You can see that on this channel. I currently hold the record in that game as well. But recently I've been playing more Dragon Warrior. Alright, so that's level 3 for Lars, which is what I'm looking for. I'm gonna go ahead and fight a few more battles just to get the hero up to level 4. Hey Ellie, thank you. Thank you for all the good luck, guys. It's a little bit difficult for me to keep up with chat, but I'll do my best. Not used to a fast-moving chat. So if anybody has any specific questions, ooh, nice bonus herb, about this game, I know quite a lot about this game. Alright, here's level 4. Alright, so we're gonna buy some items here, antidote herb. Alright, so we're going to sell that lottery ticket we got. And buy a wing. Oh look, we got another lotto ticket. Perfect. We'll save that one for later. Alright, so now that we are leveled up and ready to go, we are going to go south to Hamlin. So in general, I don't want to bother with the lower level enemies here. They just give the lower experience that it's not too worth it at this point. These 3 Drakkies are following me around here. Yeah, so myself, like a lot of you, I got these encounters. I got the original Dragon Warrior through the free Nintendo Power giveaway they had, and I remember playing a whole bunch of that game, and it was great. And then got this game, and they added so many cool things. You know, you're not just one person, you're 3. They got multiple enemies, more spells, and I really enjoyed this game when I played it. Had a lot of advancements at its time. The Centipod in this cave is pretty rare. But yeah, I still have all my old maps and posters of it. They're all taped up. Nice dodge, Lars. Alright, so I don't really want to fight any more battles. Gotta make it to town here. So it's a bit of a dangerous walk. Yeah, the end game of this game is definitely notorious for how difficult it is, and we'll definitely see that later. Alright, now that we made the Hamlin here, we have one more quest we want to do before we start grinding again. So we're going to save here, and also when you save, it sets your return point to this location. That's kind of how it works in this game. They don't really have a zoom spell, so to speak. They have return, but it just returns to your last location that you saved. So we got a short trek here. We're going to go pick up a well-known item in the Dragon Quest series called the Mirror of Ra. And I'm going to run for most of these fights. There's a few that I can handle and get some experience from. So that's another cool thing about this game is how many elements were used in later games. Enemies, kind of classes of characters. Look at that, a leather shield. That is a nice drop. And also introduced drops. So I'm going to give that shield to Lars. Go ahead and equip it now. It's a nice little defensive boost for defense. So every enemy type has a chance to drop an item. The rates differ by enemy, and what they drop is all set ahead of time. Oops. I'll go ahead and stay. Oops. Nobody in that direction. Alright, so we got Ra's mirror. I'm gonna use this right here. This dog. It's Alani, freeing the princess from her furry form. Alright, so we got our full party now. A party full of cousins, all related to the hero of the original game. Alright, so this is going to be our second grinding session, now that we got our full party. What I'm looking for here is getting Alani up to level 4, which she learns Infernos. So Infernos, as a lot of you may know, is a really great spell that it hits a group of enemies with magic. And being low level that we are throughout most of the game, it's actually going to be used all the way through the end game. Oddly enough, I actually find grinding in this game quite fun. Just because it's fairly challenging to stay alive and grind efficiently. I guess that's kind of true for most of the Dragon Quest series. All enemies tend to have weaknesses that knowing ahead of time can help you exploit, and knowing how to handle different groups of encounters is what makes it interesting. Alright, I'm already down to 1 fireball left, so I'm gonna go back here and get some MP back. So the fireball spell carries us through a lot of this early grind. So it can one-shot pretty much all the enemies in this area. Alright, so Alani gets to level 4 at 600 experience. So that's what we're looking for here. So this is a little dangerous here. I'm going to run. Baboons in this area are probably the most dangerous. Another treasure chest, look at that. Some more in gold. So another thing I'm looking for here is getting gold to buy some herbs and a new weapon for the hero. Alright, we got level 3. So once the hero gets level 7 here, he's going to get a huge strength boost. Ooh, wow, that was close. So big rats focus fire a single character until they're dead. There's quite a few enemies in this game that do that. Which is actually why I decided to fight that fight after I had tried to run previously, because big rats aren't actually worth that much. Alright, so there's level 7 for the hero. Power increases by 9. It's a huge boost, which is very nice. Alright, we actually are pretty close, but I'm out of MP. Got about 85 experience left. Alright, one more good battle should do it. And this will actually be the end of the grinding until the very end game. Unfortunately, army ants are not worth any experience in this game. I'm not quite sure why they put them in this area. I think this will do it. Should be close at least. And there it is. All right. So we're gonna head back down here, stock up on some herbs. Use our one antidote that we got. Alright, so we're gonna make our trek to the Tower of the Winds. So we need a wing. We're gonna stock up full on herbs. There's another free lotto ticket. It's all good. We still need gold here early. So there's a purchase we're gonna have to make later for 2,000 gold. So all the money we can get here is great. So I'm gonna go ahead and sell these 2 lotto tickets I have just to make some space. Make a safety save here, and we are off. Alright, so we're not actually technically going to be doing grinding the rest of the game, but we are going to be trying to kill enemies as we go. In effect, to get us to levels that makes the rest of the game safer as we progress. There are some areas that will be running from enemies, and some will be fighting like this. I'm going to be fighting all the enemies that I think are worth it for experience or gold, as well as ones that could be potentially dangerous to try to run from. And like I said, we're going to have to hit a gold threshold a little bit later on. One other thing that I really love about this game is the music. It was a huge improvement over the original. Not to say that the original didn't have good music, but it's definitely a step up. Love both overworld themes, the tower theme here. It's all great. I'm just gonna pick up this gold chest. Like I said, we need all we can get. Actually, have not had many encounters, or any encounters here yet. I'd like to get some, just to get our perfects. So, ghost rats are the enemy you want to see here, because you can usually wipe them out with the Inferno spell. At least most of them. Depends on how much HP they have and their damage roll. Nice, a treasure chest. Another free herb. Alright, so we're searching this tower here for an item called the Cloak of Wind. Ooh. Oh no, she's gonna die. Unless they cast around. So you can easily get unlucky some of these battles. I'm primarily fighting this because I have a ton of magic left over. and I want to get as much out of it as I can before I head back to town. Another treasure chest. I'm getting all the treasure chests, so that was huge. So that treasure chest dropped gold because I already had the item that the zombie normally drops. So we are looking really good on gold right now. So every little bit helps here. Alright, so here's the Cloak of Winds. I'm gonna go ahead and equip that immediately, just so we don't forget. Head on out. Alright, we are looking really good on gold here. I can even afford an iron spear, which is just great. Oops. You know what, let's just do this first. Do a little bit of inventory management here. Give the copper sword to Lars. Buy an iron spear for the hero. And one other thing this game introduced, oops, I've never talked to that soldier before, is equipping. The original game, actually, you did not have to equip your items. We are full. So we are fully stocked on herbs here for this very dangerous trip that we have to take to Leanport to get the ship. So this battle is a little dangerous to fight, because if they single target the princess, she's going to die. So this is actually one of the things I like most about this game, is kind of their MP management for these long trips like this. deciding what battles to fight, which battles to run from, and how to spend your healing and attack magic. Surprisingly, magic ants are actually worth more than army ants. And aside from their sleep spell, they're generally pretty harmless. Alright, so this is where the trip starts getting really dangerous. There's numerous formations here that could easily kill me. We're gonna try for this, just because it gives us... okay. So they got stop spell off, but this fight gives us lots of gold, which is why I tried to kill them, because it's pretty harmless as far as enemies. That encounter is extremely dangerous. This one, not so much. The Carnivog has Sleep Breath, which, yeah. Put her to sleep, but it's not a huge deal. If I run into like 3 or more Carnivogs, though, I will run, because you will easily get into a situation called Sleep Lock, and you will die. Let's try it again. Alright, nice. We got the Infernos off. Power by 3. Oops. Everybody gets an herb. Yeah, so this, like Lavit said there, I have a 66% chance to run from every enemy in the game. Just a flat 66% chance every time. Like I said, which is good and bad. Good in that 66% is actually a pretty decent chance, all things considering. But bad in that 66% chance is continuous, so you can continue to fail. Alright, so we made it to the Dragon's Horn Tower, so we're gonna climb to the top here and jump off. and fly across the river using the Cloak of Winds. Hey, look, a slime. So generally, these guys are not worth going after. They have 6 HP and will run away eventually. So the only likely way for me to kill him is probably to critical. But we'll go for it, just for fun. He is sticking around though. There he goes. He took his pot shots and left. Alright, that fight went really nicely. Again, this tower is quite dangerous if you don't know what you're doing. It's very easy to die. Getting lucky with some of these encounters by running away first try. But probably half the time I'll arrive at the other end with at least one dead party member. Alright, so this is not good here. Sleep is a good spell. The Medusa heads can actually attack twice per turn. They don't always do it. And somebody's gonna die here. Alright, now we're sleep locked. So this is looking very bad. This is gonna be a wipe. And that's how easily it can happen. Let's hope I have enough gold here. Okay, we do. Cold as a cod. So this is just kind of how brutal this game can be. Just a taste of it so far. Alright, so this is going to prove to be a little difficult here. I'm going to sell Lars's copper sword. And I'll sell a shield too. So we need to restock on herbs. So unfortunately, that's just how this game goes sometimes. It just decides when you die and when you live. And I got a lotto ticket here. And one more herb. Alright, so this time, if I do die again, I'm gonna have to reset. So most likely I won't have enough gold to buy all that again. So I'm gonna make a save here. And here we go, try number 2. So just a small setback. Two smokes. It actually had been a while before I wiped on the way to the ship, so I was kind of overdue for that one, but it happens. Alright, this battle could sleep block me too, those Carnivogs, so I actually want them to attack. Everybody gets an herb. You get an herb. You get an herb. And you get an herb. Yeah, so you do get revive in this game, but you will not see it in the speedrun. Because we will finish the game at around level 21 or 22 on the hero, thanks to a glitch, but we'll talk about that later. So even though it was a small setback, we're actually now kind of ahead of the game, experience-wise, which is very nice. But it puts us behind gold-wise. So we might have to do a little extra gold grinding. once we get to Welgarth. Hey, there's our buddy the slime again. And so these are one of those classic troll fights that Dragon Quest developers love to put in their games. Some of my favorites are like the 2 metal babbles, or 1 metal babble, and 7 healers. Alright. So hopefully that won't be a big deal. We'll have to revive her when we get to town, but as long as we don't have a whole bunch of run fails, we should be able to make it. Alright, almost to the top floor here. Alright, so we're going to come back to that north tower here after we get the ship. Almost there. Alright. Alright, so we are really low on gold right now, unfortunately, so we're gonna have to hope for quite a few good sea battles. Alright, so we're not out of the woods yet here for getting the ship. We need to fight this little mini-boss here. A couple of gremlins. And there we go. Alright. So this girl we just helped talk to her grandfather. He is going to give us his swiftest ship. To me it looks like it's his only ship, but we'll take it. And we're sailing. Alright, so like I said, we're going to go back here to this north tower. So talking to NPCs, you find out in this tower is hidden an item called the Dews Yarn, and that it's somewhere on the 2nd floor. Little trick they did was, it doesn't matter where you search on this floor, you just have a random chance to find it. And there was the yarn. It was on the stairs all along. So you see most people, you know, go around the corners of the room, like, where is it, you know? But it was right there, on the stairs. They just had to keep searching. Alright, so I'm going to make a quick trip back to the inn here, just to top off, because this sea voyage could be kind of dangerous. Alright, so I'm going to need about 1,000 gold, or actually more, oops, closer to 1,100. So I want some good battles here. This is pretty good. Sea slugs can be pretty dangerous with their sleep breath, but they're worth a lot of gold as well as mana wars. So we do want to see some of them. Just those 3 was 180 pieces. Check out what we got left here on herbs. I'm gonna want to use the rest of them up here just to free up inventory space. Yeah, so now that you get your ship, the ship in this game, it becomes kind of a big open world, as it did in later Dragon Quest games as well. And it becomes quite confusing on where you're supposed to go. But eventually you kind of talk to some NPCs and you find out you're supposed to collect these crests that are scattered throughout the world. So to do that, we're going to need some items. We're going to do some key collecting first. We're gonna head over to a town in islands called Zahan. Kaishin no Chigeki. Yeah, and this is kind of the part of the game a lot of people got confused. Didn't know where to go. Keep those. And just kind of randomly exploring the world trying to find all the crests. The game actually came with a guide that helped a bit of that. So this dog is supposed to tell you where the golden key is, but we don't need that because it's right here. And gonna go a quick stop here in this portal, which brings us back to the original castle, Minhall. And we get to do one of my favorite things in all the Dragon Quest games, is raid the treasury. Now that we have the golden key. So we're going to stop the king here and save with him. And at the same time, we're going to make this our return point, because we're going to come back here. Oops, sorry about that airplane. I don't know if you guys can hear that. So that last chest is actually empty. If you read some of the old developer interviews, they talk about how they kind of ran out of items for chests and stuff in programming room, so they ended up just making some of them empty. In the remakes, they're actually, you find things in them, like wizard rings and the like. Actually, I don't know what's in there in the remake. Probably a seed. Alright, so now that we got that set, we're going to jump in this portal here. And this is the only time we're going to be in the original Aleph Guard. We're actually not going to be in the overworld of it. We're going to talk to the guy and get the helmet of Edric. And then on our way out, we're going to pick up our very first crest, which is right here, the Sun Crest. Alright, so here's another important spot here, the Leaf of the World Tree. So that's going to be our main source of reviving people, aside from the normal method. Alright, let's see how we're doing on gold here. 626. Alright. Need about 500 more. And we'll be good. Oops. Glarus is asleep. So that's one thing about this game, is it doesn't tell you the status effects. You have to pay close attention to the battle text. Oops. And you find out how bad sleep breath is in this game. It's very powerful, and there's actually nothing you can do to resist it. But that was a huge boost in gold, so I will welcome that fight. Alright, so we're going to head back down here to Cannock. So now that we have the gold key, we can pick up a lot of the items. And we're going for basically the best equipment in the game for the hero. We just got the helmet, and now we're going to pick up the shields. So I'm going to make a quick stop at the inn here, just to be safe. This next section isn't especially dangerous, but I don't want to run out of MP. Alright, so we're going over here to the lake cave, I think it's called. So you actually access this at the very beginning of the game, so the enemies in here are going to be really easy. But the silver key is at the end of this, and we need that to get to one thing in particular. So this is how when you find out how many times in a row you can fail. I think that was 4. I've seen as high as 7 fails before in a row. Yeah, so I basically don't want to bother fighting anything in here. It's just such low experience in gold. It's just not worth it. I might fight 1 or 2 things, depending. Yeah, I think in general this game is kind of known as one of the most brutal RPGs, especially of the NES era. I've known a lot of people that have played this game but never finished it. They either got lost looking for crests or items, or they got to the very end game and couldn't beat it and didn't want to keep grinding the levels you need. This is the type of game that kind of has to hold a bit of nostalgia for you to be able to speedrun it, because it's a particular kind of brutal. That you'll have to put up with. But I still enjoy it. Looks like this is going to be a poison run. You have some runs that you'll never once get poisoned, and some you'll just get poisoned all over the place. Alright, so we're headed off to get the Jailer's Key now. I still need a fair bit of gold. So hopefully we get some good sea battles here, otherwise I'm going to have to do a bit of grinding outside of Welgarth. Here we go. So one other thing you'll find out, kind of see patterns in the way the enemies behave. So like, they call for help like 3 times there, and sometimes they'll do like sleep breath and just sleep block you a bunch. It's kind of weird how the RNG in this game works sometimes. But that was a nice boost in gold. Alright, one more fight and I think we're good. Yeah, I'm playing this on console. I actually playing it on a Famicom AV. It's the Japanese version of the second model NES. And then I have a little adapter. Ooh, nice. I have an adapter for the Dragon Warrior 2 cartridge that I used to put in it. And the other thing I did was I had my console modded for S-Video and RGB out. So you're actually looking at an RGB feed of the game. Alright, so that should do us for gold. Let's talk to this lady. I love the music. Oh no! Come back! You have a customer. Hello? Alright. Need this anymore? Alright, so we're gonna sell a bunch of items here. We don't really need. None from him. Actually, I do. I'll sell the leather armor. I'm gonna sell Lars's leather armor as well. Alright. So we're gonna buy this mysterious key here. Give it to Lars. We'll buy an extra wing because we can afford it. Alright, so we're going to pick up the very last key of the game here. Oops. Which is the Watergate key. Alright, so now that we're all keyed up, as it were, we're ready to start one of the most famous things of this game. I'm sure some of you out there have had Nintendo Power, and I don't remember what issue it is, but there was an issue that had I think it was classified information that had a tip to make gold in this game. And to do that, we are going to do some evil clown killing. Alright, so locked up in this basement is this old man. Behind barriers and everything. Probably why they put barriers here. Because surprise, it's an evil clown. So this guy's still pretty dangerous because he can cast Firebane, and if he does it 2 times in a row, we can die, so that's why I save. Alright, so we got the Staff of Thunder. Fortunately, this Staff of Thunder will sell for 19,500 gold. So we just sold that item. It's actually a really good staff. But the trick to this is when you sell it, save, and then reset the game, the evil clown will come back, as well as his drop. So in doing this, we can sell Staff of Thunders as long as we want. Make as much gold as we need. So like I said, we're going to be extremely underleveled for this whole game. And as brutal as this game is, we need the best equipment. So that's what all this is about. So we're actually going to repeat this 4 times right now. And then we're going to do it 2 more times later. So each enemy has a resistance to magic in this game. Every enemy is different, and it's just an in general resistance. It doesn't matter what type of magic it is. I believe this guy has a 2 out of... no, I think it's 3 out of 7 resistance to magic. So we're doing 4 of these, and we're going to do 2 more later. There's a reason for that. The max gold in this game is a number I'm sure some of you recognize, 65,535. So we can't get all the gold we need at once. We'll have to come back. So we got 2 more to go here. Yeah, she died. It's okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and use the leaf on her. We're gonna go buy the spot later, so it's not a big deal. It saves time to just use it and then pick one up. Yeah, so it's kind of funny. You beat the clown up over and over. Oh, but thou art such a fool. Alright, so we got one more here to go, and then we will move on. The only equipment Lars has now is a jailer's key. Thankfully, that's about to change. Just a naked Lars and his jailer's key. Alright. So make a stop at the inn here. And now we're off to spend our hard-earned gold. So this is the other great thing about the Staff of Thunder. Oops. Is when used as an item, it casts basically Infernos equivalent. So it's a great item, especially because the Prince of Cannock, Lars, doesn't get a Area of Effects spell until basically we're ready to finish the game. He doesn't get Firebane until way later. So that's going to actually be his primary weapon here, right after this little section. The other nice thing about it is Stop spell does not affect it. So you don't have to worry about that being cast on you. Alright, so we're going to make a little stop here at Osterfair. So the main reason to come here is actually for this equipment. The NPC gets in my way. Okay. Actually, make sure everybody's naked first. Alright, I already sold their armor, so they're already naked. It's a requirement, everybody gets naked in every Dragon Quest. Alright, so get close hiding and a couple of magic armors. So close hiding is actually a really good item. So when you're equipped with it, you have a 1 out of 8 chance to dodge. And then, so is the magic armor. So the magic armor has a bonus of giving you a 1/4 resistance to spells. so this is a little tricky, this fight, because we actually don't have a good way to kill him, except for magic. So this guy's pretty resistant to magic, but eventually we're going to kill him. Thankfully, once he targets a single character, he's going to always target that character. So I know that he's always going to attack Alani. So I can always parry with her and keep her healed, which makes this fight completely safe. Look at that. Already level 11. That's great. So we're going to pick up the second crest here. King gives us the Moon Crest. Alright, so the hero's now done with the staff. We're actually going to give that to Lars. And it's going to be his main weapon for the rest of the game. Yeah, so that was actually something I was surprised about with the magic armor. Nothing actually tells you that how much it resists. It helps resist spells. It's just kind of a mystery. Even in the guidebooks, it doesn't really tell you. And then later we're going to get the Water and Flying Clothes, which actually reduces both magic and breath by... Oops, gotta remember to use the staff. Reduces magic and breath by 1/2, which is why we go through all the trouble to get it. We're actually going to use a bit of a trick to get 2 of them. One for Lars and one for Alani. Alright, so this is great. We have Lars at level 10 already. He learns Return. So that early death kind of helped me get that level early, so it's going to save a little time. Alright, so I used that leaf earlier, so we're going to pick up another one. So I feel relatively safe fighting this, even though it's a little dangerous. But we're right on top of the leaf tree here, so we can revive anybody if they die. Heal up. Got our leaf back. Alright, so this one's a little too much for me. Yeah, we got the purple hair trees, the evil trees. Somebody in my chat liked to call them pink afro trees. It's another thing I love about these games are the enemy design. All the enemy designs in all the Dragon Quest games are just great. Akira Toriyama does a great job on all of them. Alright, so we're going to go back to Welgarth here. That'll be our last trip here. We're going to pick up a couple items at the shop, spend a good chunk of our gold. So we're going to pick up a light sword for the hero. And a shield of strength for Lars. And then we're going to pick up some Dragon's Banes. So Dragon's Banes in this game give us extra resistance to sleep and stop spell. How is she full? So it's very important to get these Dragon's Banes. Throw away that, throw away the lottery ticket. We don't need those anymore. We're gonna equip all our new stuff. And then you also have to put on these Dragon's Banes. Alright. So the hero now with the light sword is going to do a whole bunch more damage, and can usually one-shot all the enemies on the screen. That being said, there's still some stuff we're going to have to run from later, because it's just too dangerous. Alright, so we're going to make our way over to the town of Burhan here. And that's going to be our hub for the throughout the whole middle section of this game. Whoa, wow. This is quite a battle. Fortunately, these Match-Drakis like to cast defense. It wastes a lot of time. So this game is probably going to take, I'd say, between 4.5 to just over 5 hours. I will also preface that with there's a chance this run might not finish. That's how bad and RNG filled the end game is. I gave an estimate that should give me close to an hour of chances to beat the game, so I didn't want to take too much time to try to do it. So it could take as little as, 15 minutes, or it could take an hour more, so we will only find out when we get there. These NPCs right here like to block your way. Pretty notorious. Alright, so we're going to save. We're actually going to do a reset here. Save and reset. So this is going to reload the Evil Clown again. So we're going to go, now that we've spent our money, we're going to go kill another one. And we're going to pick up an extra item while we're there. Yeah, I found that RPGs, especially, kind of their selling price on eBay generally goes up over time. So all the older RPGs, you end up paying a bit of a premium to get. So sailing back here to the warp gate, that'll take us back to Middenhall. Alright, there's a chance here somebody will die. These guys are really dangerous. Okay. So we're going to kill one more evil clown, but first we have to make sure we sell the Staff of Thunder. Otherwise he will not drop a new one. So this guy's going to be way easier now. You'll notice if he does cast Firebane, it'll do way less damage because of the magic armor we have. And not to mention that, the hero has pretty much triple the attack power. So, unfortunately he did cast the Firebane, so I gotta heal before walking out of here. Oh look, 3 slimes. Hi Pop, thank you for the luck. Oops, I need yen. If you guys missed it, Pop there and Sumdiener did a Dragon Quest III Super Famicom race last night. Pop had a really great time. So sub 3 hour time. Alright, so we're gonna walk back out here and stop here in Zahan. We're gonna take a trip through the barriers. So each barrier does 15 HP of damage, so we gotta make sure we're healed so we don't die. And we're gonna pick up the magic loom. Oops. So now that we got some extra money, I'm gonna use this To buy an extra shield strength for Alani. So she can't actually equip this, but the shield of strength, when used as an item in battle, gives you a free heal more. So we're gonna make heavy use of that at certain points of the game for MP conservation. So now both Canuck, Lars, and Alani have shields. Alright, so we're gonna make a safety save here, because this walk is quite dangerous. We're gonna make our way to the town of Thun. And so these guys are, I should be able to wipe them with 2 attacks here. Unfortunately, they're taking my MP, dancing their jig. But it's a good chunk of experience that we'll need later. Ah yes, Kellen. So you have mentioned exactly what I'm going to be doing. So another trick that was, I think it was in Nintendo Power, classified information. Again, just like the Evil Clown trick, we're going to make 2 sets of water flying clothes. One for Lars and one for Alani. So there's a special order of things that you have to do to be able to do that, because of the way the game checks whether you have items in your inventory or not. So these are some of the dangerous battles here on the way. Yeah, so you're normally only supposed to make 1, and I think the princess is intended to have it. Thus making Lars, or the Prince of Canuck, kind of notorious for his dying. Just because he doesn't have a really good set of armor. His best armor is actually what he's wearing right now, technically, which is the magic armor. But thankfully we can give him a water flying cloth. And it's going to be very important in surviving the rest of the game. Ooh, this is a dangerous one. Two Graboopies. That's one of my favorite named monsters in this game. Graboopies. Alright, we made it. So we're going to do a couple things here. First of which, so we're going to drop off the loom and the yarn with Don Mahone here. He tells us to come back in a day or so. going to open the water gate. Alright, so now that we dropped off the 2 items he needs to make the water flying cloth, the actual trick to getting him to make it is to save and reset your game. Hello? Someday this guy will let me pass. Alright, so that did 2 things there. We set the water flying cloth to be picked up, and we also revived another evil clown. So we're going to kill our last one here on our way to pick up the last of our items. Getting some experience is always good. Alright, so we're going to pick up that last evil clown and also pick up another set of the magic loom and Dew's yarn. Because we don't have them in our inventory anymore, the game will respawn them in their original locations. And also because we haven't, and it checks if you have the item, and it checks if you have the water flying cloth, then it won't spawn the items anymore. So we don't have the items anymore, and we don't have the water flying cloth yet. So the game will let us pick up the loom. And the yarn again. It's kind of how it works. The original game or the original Japanese version of this game actually used a password system. It didn't have save files. So to get around the space limitations of a password system, the programmers kind of had to program everything this way. And thankfully we can take advantage of it in the speedrun. Oh wow, he attacked first. So he was just standing right there and he surprised us. We didn't see him standing there. That's kind of another funny thing about this game, is you can get surprised by and surprise all the way through the final bosses. Alright, so we're going to do the same thing here again. Go back through the portal and pick up the loom. So I'm going to actually heal up here. See what I'm doing on wings. I think I have 2. Yes. Alright, so that is our last evil clown. And now we're going to go pick up the Stew's Yarn again down in Dragon's Horn. So one other interesting thing about this game is that I'm not sure how the formula works, but the more enemies you defeat in a battle, it has an extra multiplier on how much experience you get. So like for instance, killing 2 sea slugs is not equivalent to killing 2 in 2 different battles. You know, 1 sea slug, then 1 sea slug, versus 2 in 1 battle. So the 2 in 1 battle is actually going to be worth more. So that's why I'll fight the battles that have more enemies in it. Not only because it's worth more, but also if I fail to run, it wastes more time. So there's a whole bunch of little things that go into speedruns that, you know, you don't necessarily think about or you never see just watching it casually. So we're going to do the same trick here to get the Use Yarn. Doesn't matter where you search on this floor. There it is. It's just a random chance of finding it on that second floor anywhere. Some creative programming for sure. Alright, so I'm going to make it safety safe here. I don't always do this, but for the marathon I will. Just because there is a small chance I could wipe on the way back to Toon, and I need to keep this gold. Ooh, a free kill. We'll take it. Ooh, goopies. Alright. So these guys like to call for help. Kind of a classic in later games as well. Thankfully, you can usually wipe them out in 2 casts. A little bit of a cleanup. Alright, so we already got Lars at level 11. That's great. Really good pace on experience. Yeah, killing. It's pretty funny. Actually, I did not know it either at first until I saw a Japanese runner do that in this game. That the dude's yarn is just a random chance, any tile on that floor. So previously, you know, you go around the whole floor trying to find it. It's like, where is it? Search, search, search. Is it in this corner? And it actually moves around, surprisingly. Yeah, there's lots of little things to this game that you never really realize until you look into it closer. So in this game, level up stats are fixed. The original Dragon Warrior 1, they were dependent on the name of your hero. But yeah, in this game they are fixed, so they will always be the same. The name of the hero just determines the name of the Prince of Cannock and the Princess of Moonbrook's name. And each of them have like 8 options. I think there's a formula you can find on like GameFAQs or something that'll tell you, you know, how to get each of the names. I usually run with the name W. S works as well, but using the name W on the hero gives you Lars for Cannock, and it gives you the name Roz, R-O-Z, for Moonbrook, which are the shortest names. That's the only real reason to do it. It's a pretty minor thing, but could save it. Saves time in the speedrun just a little bit. Alright, so we're done with the silver key now that we're done with all the evil clowns, and we're going to buy a very special item here. We are going to buy a falcon sword. So we're actually not going to use that falcon sword for quite a while. We will get back to it later. So I will save the spoilers for that later. So we're going to pick up our cloth, and we're going to talk to him again. Tells us we found the 2 items, he will make another one. So now that the princess has that, she's got some really good defense. We'll get rid of her close hiding. Alright, so all that's left to do now is one more trip back there to pick up the second set of water flying cloth. And to do that, we have to save and reset. Yeah, my original names, I believe, were when I played this as a kid, were Orfeo and Gwen. Alright, if somebody dies here, I'm just going to reset the game. Yeah. Since I just saved, not a big deal. Hey, Grimora. Yeah, I like the name Orfeo for some reason. It's a good one. Another good one for Canuck is Newmore. So notice I'm actually in the ship, but I got a land battle. So that's one weird thing about this game. Uh-oh. Nope. So one thing about this game is it takes the last step you were in to determine the encounter. So that's unfortunate. It happens though more often than I'd like to admit around this little section. Of town. It's pretty dangerous. And that's also kind of why I go for some of these fights, because I know if somebody does get killed, I can just quickly reset. So it's not a huge risk to get a lot of experience. Alright, we got that level again. Level 8. So she's learned Repel, so we're actually going to cast it. We can block most of the sea battles now, which is nice. So this is kind of the way that kind of the experience balances out. So say you get a lot of encounters in this game, and you get, you know, higher levels like this. Once she learns Repel, you can start using it, and then you catch up to a run that, say, didn't get all the encounters. You know, you're advancing quicker, but you don't have the spell yet. So Repel doesn't work in here. These guys are too strong anyway, so I won't bother casting it again. Okay. Alright, time to pick up the last watering flying cloth. One of my favorite parts right here. Talk to the old man. He's just finished. Make sure the princess wears it. Okay. We will hand the water flying cloth to Lars. Here you go, Lars. All set. Alright, so I'm just going to buy one extra fairy water here. No. Don't need that lotto ticket though. Alright, so now we're off to this moon tower down here. So this is a pretty short dungeon once you know where you're going. It's kind of designed to... I like the way they design these dungeons. So, you know, each of these floors has these huge areas around. You're like, well, I don't want to go to the next floor until I've explored this one, you know? So you go around and you explore and you find out the actual path you want to go was right in the middle. Which is pretty funny. treasure chest. Wow, I do not think I've ever gotten that drop before. Sorry, but the chain sickle's going on the grounds. Alright, so make our way back down here. We'll pick up the moon fragment. So this is a quest item we're going to need to get into the sea cave. Alright, not a huge deal that she died. We're gonna go back to town here anyway. So this House of Healing here is kind of the closest. Let's be careful out there. I agree. Yeah, so actually, as I was saying earlier, because of the Prince of Cannock's, bad equipment that he gets in a casual playthrough of this. Wow, another drop. He's kind of known for being kind of the, Prince Doofus, he dies a lot. And it's kind of like a running joke, especially in the Japanese Dragon Quest scene. Alright, so now that we got the moon fragment, we're not actually going to go to the sea cave yet, but we're going to go down to the lighthouse. Not only do we have the moon fragment, but we have all our armor that we need for both the Princess Ilani and Lars. So with their water flying cloths, it makes this lighthouse trip quite a bit safer. Alright, so here's the lighthouse. It's the longest, one of the longest dungeons in the game. You have to take a very long path around, especially this first floor. To get to the stairs. And because of that, it takes a lot of good MP management to stay safe and to... we also want to get some levels as well. So Demighosts I can kill relatively easy, but there's actually a small chance that they can critical hit you. So I'm not going to risk it right now because I'm actually at pretty good levels. I don't necessarily need all the experience I normally do in here. Gorgons are a pretty bad fight. They cast a lot of spells and increase, and the only way to actually kill them is physical hits. I guess I'll take this chance to say welcome to any new viewers. This is the Dragon Quest RTA Marathon number 3. We have a whole bunch of community members running various games. We got a whole bunch more coming up this weekend, so make sure you check it out. Somebody can hopefully post the schedule. And there's also some info about Discord, if anybody else is interested in possibly running one of these games. There we go. Thank you, Hoishin. Yeah, and also look forward to RPG Limit Break 2017. That's coming up in about a month and a half. That's an on-site in Salt Lake City marathon. Be all kinds of cool RPGs. Hoishin is actually going to be running Dragon Quest V, which is right after this, and he's also going to be running that in the RPG Limit Break marathon. You should definitely stick around to check out the PlayStation 5 run. It is a glitched run. He's going to beat the game in, I don't know, around, what, 50 minutes? It's pretty funny how broken that game is. Did I say PlayStation 5? Dragon Quest 5 on the PlayStation 2? But yeah, we got lots of good games coming up. I want to thank RPG Limit Break for letting us do this marathon on this channel. It's nice to spread the word about this series. That it's not nearly as popular in the West as it is in Japan. But still a good series, nonetheless. Alright, finally made to the top of the tower here. We find this old man at the top that wants us to follow him. Alright, so this is the most dangerous fight in the whole tower. And I'm pretty much required to fight it. One fail to run, and it's a good chance the hero will die. So we're going to follow this old man down these stairs here. Nothing suspicious going on at all. So I actually have to pause a little bit to get a little bit further behind him, because if I stay too close, he actually won't go down the stairs when we reach them. Some weird little thing. This is a strange formation. Let's do this. Alright. So now the old man asks us to open this treasure chest. So we will do that. Surprise, it was a trap. So thankfully this fight is really easy actually. 4 gremlins, same as we fought earlier. Only we have a lot of good resistance equipment, so... Not usually a problem to get rid of these guys. Alright, wow, Lars is at level 12 already. That is excellent. So we get the Star's Crests, which is one of the crests we need. So now Lars knows outside. So learning outside here is going to help us in the next dungeon, the Sea Cave, and which is also part of the reason why we did the lighthouse earlier. So we can get the levels to hopefully learn outside, so it'll save us from having to death warp. Alright, so we're going to pick up another crest here, back in Hamlin. Down here in this jail cell. These guys. Aye. And this is everybody's favorite part, the water seal. It's called the water crest in this game. But it's notorious last year because a certain speedrunner forgot to get it. His name might or might not be Star Violence. We get out this way. Alright, so now we're headed off to the sea cave. So this cave is extremely dangerous. There is a chance I could wipe in here. But it's not too long. So you need the moon fragment here to, I guess, raise the water level? I guess that's what it's doing. Gets rid of the barrier. So I thought this was a really cool cave as well. You got the damaged tiles. It's kind of underwater. Alright, so at the end of this dungeon, we're gonna fight 2 evil clowns, which really isn't a hard boss compared to the rest of the enemies in here. And then we're going to pick up the Eye of Malroth. Alright, so the next 2 floors here are going to be the most dangerous. This one and the one after. You can see large groups of saber lions. Ooh, they did not see me. So saber lions, you can see like groups of 3 or 4. One is safe. So we'll go ahead and kill one, just in case. So the way saber lions work, like I said before, is that they'll always target the same character. So if you get a group of 4 of them, they will all target one character and kill them if you fail to run even once. So it's by far probably the worst encounter in this cave. Alright, just one again. Alright, I'll take one saber lion every day. So the hero is the only one taking damage in here. The other 2 with the water flying claws in these tiles don't actually take damage. And here are the evil clowns. Perhaps I should turn thee into a frog. They did not see me. Wow. And sometimes it works in your favor. Like I said earlier, every fight, even these staged fights, they have a chance of preempting you or not seeing you. Alright. Just a short walk here, make sure I'm healed because it's still dangerous down here. Like these kind of fights. this moon fragment. We don't need it anymore. Pick up the Eye Malroth. And we are out of here. Okay, we are done with our major overworld item collecting. It is time for everybody's favorite or least favorite part, the Road to Roan. So we're making a safety save for pretty obvious reasons here. This section is extremely dangerous, and there's a chance I can wipe multiple times getting through it. Here's one of the cool cutscenes. Alright, here we go. So there's actually 3 items we're going to need to pick up in here. Wow. One step in the cave. 3 items. We're going to pick up the last crest, as well as the most powerful equipment for the hero. So for this first trip, my goal is to pick up all 3 of the items. And then once we get those, we'll make our trek all the way through. Just kind of do it in 2 sweeps. It is possible to make it in 1, but you do have to get very lucky. So this dungeon is a huge maze. And here's our little friend, the Metal Babble. Thankfully, he ran away. So this is the first game Metal Babbles were introduced. Unfortunately, they still had not figured out what they want to do with them yet, in that they have 37 hit points, and they're only worth 1,000 experience. And they have the spell Firebane. So essentially what it comes down to is they are extremely dangerous, and we don't want anything to do with them. So we get the armor of Erdrick. So that gives the hero spell and breath resistance. He gives him 1/4 damage reduction on both. So that thankfully helps him survive these kinds of fights here with the breath. He's still... I'm gonna wipe here. That's okay. Cold as a cod. So at least we got one item out of the way. Yeah, so we got one item in the way. We still have to pick up the Thunder Sword and the Life Crest. Life Crest is really easy to grab, so that's not a big deal. but the Thunder Sword, unfortunately, will have to go pretty far to get. NPCs, please. No? No? Okay. It's a constant battle with NPCs in this game. Alright, so we can head back in. Thankfully now that the hero has his armor, he doesn't take damage from these tiles anymore. Oh, here we go. They're all running away. Okay. We got 1, 2, 3. Alright, so that's a nice boost of experience there. Get her to level 9, which gives her 5 more HP, which is really good. So every little bit we can get helps. So this floor here isn't too dangerous, really, unless you have multiple failed run attempts. Alright, so you gotta fall down the hole here. And I guess surprisingly enough, a lot of people never found the Thunder Sword in their casual playthroughs. Thankfully I had the little guide stuff that came with the game, so I knew it existed. Just not exactly where to find it. It is somewhere in this cave. Alright, so I'm gonna jump back in here, grab the life crest, and then we'll make another save. So this is what I like to call the Hork Pit. We got 2 Horks and 2 Horks appeared. So the encounter rate on this floor, 2 Horks and 1 Hork, is extremely high, and it's all Horks. So we got 4 Horks here. Last step. 1 hork, and 2 horks. Alright, we got the final crests. So we're gonna jump out of here, heal up again. And then we can make our final trek to Roan. Oops, I did not notice I was poisoned. Make sure I have all my MP. As you'll find out, every little bit counts. Make sure I equip that sword. Alright, so I expect this to take me a few tries, at least. Getting through this cave is extremely difficult. I'm going to be running from all the fights. These first few floors are fairly tame. So normally I would have fought that battle, but on the chance that I wipe here, I'm actually going to reset the game. So for that to be worth it, I would have had to continue and revived everybody. Which at this point isn't really that much worth it, because the enemies on the other side, once we get there, are going to be worth a lot more experience. And we're getting a lot of babbles. Too bad this isn't the Super Famicom version. Alright, so you need to follow a little path here just to get through all the pits. There's a bunch of hidden pits on that floor. And this is the killer floor. So the most dangerous battle here is 4 dragons. 1 baboon isn't too bad. If I fail to run from 4 dragons, it's pretty much guaranteed at least 2 characters dead. Unless I get lucky. And a possible party wipe with 1 run failure. So this is a big maze, so if you take a wrong turn in this cave, it actually puts you all the way back to the beginning of this floor. Which is pretty rough for people trying to figure this out with these horrible encounters. Granted, you're normally probably twice the levels that I'm at in a casual playthrough, but still, it's pretty brutal. So 2 green dragons isn't too bad. See, dragons do exist in Dragon Quest. I was not lied to. Alright, that was really smooth. So this is the final stretch here. We gotta get to the shrine. Alright, so normally this is a pretty good fight to fight, but not when I don't have my save point yet. Alright, so I learned my lesson before. I'm going to use the leaf. I've died just a few steps away from the shrine just because I only had 2 characters and I was trying to save the leaf before. I do not want that to happen. Alright, there's the shrine. Yes! First try shrine. We made it. That is really good. Alright, so now we begin everybody's favorite part of Dragon Quest, the grind. So this is really the grind of this game. We're going to grind all the way to the hero has level 21 before we make our final castle attempts. So it's quite a bit of experience. It'll take probably close to an hour. Alright, so that's a huge boost right there. Unfortunately, Ilani died. But not much we can do about that. Defeat has like a 1 out of 8 chance to hit each character when it's cast, so those guys are kind of the ultimate gamble fight. Huge payoff with experience, but good chance they just outright kill you. Yeah, so 4 blizzards is actually one of the highest experience fights in this game, which is pretty nice. They're actually more part of the north grinding area there. I'll go up there later. But until then, I'm going to be trying to grind down here. And you'll see a mix of silverbat boons, giants, attack bots, which I will avoid, and you'll see some blizzards mixed in here and there. But that's most of it, really. The fight I want to see is 3 Cyclops. That's probably the most relatively safe fight that you can get a good chunk of experience out of. And this is also where the COD counter starts increasing. As you'll see, Lars is dead. And we'll have to go back to the shrine. So one thing to note about the NES version versus the original Famicom version of this is this shrine guy here. He will revive and heal you fully in this version. In the original Japanese version, all he would do was heal you. He would not revive your party. So to revive, you'd have to go back through that gate down there, back to town, and then revive everyone, or go back all the way to the World Leaf Tree, which is something they thankfully fixed in this version. I can't imagine having to do that every time somebody died in this grind. Alright, so this is what I want to see. I want to get these guys to sleep. They have a 4 out of 7 chance of going to sleep. Unfortunately, they killed Alani before she got a chance to cast sleep. So we gotta go back. And that's usually how this goes. It's a struggle to get experience, but the enemies here are just worth so much that it's always worth getting here as soon as you can to grind. So the area around the shrine there is kind of a harder enemy zone of the north. Generally I won't be, shoot. Alright, we're getting to sleep. Generally, I'm not going to kill any enemies in that north section. Yeah. Oops. Except for blizzards, just because they're worth so much, and it's basically, you know, a free-for-all. Kill them before they kill you. And I will also go for giants. So giants can drop a very special sword called the Sword of Destruction, and I, for all intents and purposes, need that to beat the game. It's possible to beat it without it, but I'm going to be... let's do this. I need to get that because it's a plus 13 attack power to the hero. So usually the beginning of this grind is pretty brutal because you're so low leveled. Once you start getting some levels in, it becomes a bit easier to kill things. Alright, so getting a set of 2 is pretty nice there, just to get some levels. Shoot. Step of Thunder. Sleep. Shiver Strength. Sleep. Need to hear the wake up here. There we go. Yeah, so in this grind, you really do have to pay a lot of attention, because you don't see statuses, you know, you have to watch the text, you have to keep track of how many are asleep, and how much you need to heal, and what kind of actions you need to take. Because it's really easy to die in here, and you can end up losing a ton of time. Nice dodge, Lars. No, we can't run though. So attack bots are pretty deadly. There's pretty much no way we can reliably kill them. And by the time you do get enough levels that you can, the experience from them is just not worth it. Here we go. Alright, we're getting those levels. So also to mention, a lot of the enemies here have about a 1 out of 8 chance to dodge your attacks. There's another dodge. Alright, this battle's lost. Yeah, so these silver baboons are one of the nastiest enemies. As you can see, they can put you to sleep, your whole party to sleep, very easily. And just kind of firebane you to death. So I like to run from groups of 3 of them just because I mean, you can kill them, but they just eat up so much time to do that, and there's a good chance they just kill you anyway. Still on the fence about like when to fight them, but it's a difficult judgment call. Yeah, the gold baboons have sacrifice. They only can cast it when they are, I believe, below. Yeah, parry. When they are below a quarter HP, and then they have like a 20% chance to cast it. So as long as you know what you're doing with those fights, the gold baboons, you can kind of control how much HP they have left to survive. But even then, you can still easily get killed by them, so they're pretty bad battles. Yes, 25%. Alright, we got another level on the hero. It's always nice. Actually, let's do this. Now they're all asleep, let's heal up. Alright. Very nice. So the basic starting strategy on these Cyclops fights are to have Lars parry and Alani cast sleep. And then second turn is have Lars heal whoever got hurt the most and cast sleep the second time, while the hero is always attacking. And then once they're all asleep, or you only got 2 left with 1 awake, it's usually pretty safe to kind of go all in after them. Very nice. This is looking pretty good now. Started off a little slow, but the grind has picked up. Alright, so I actually have to go back to get some more MP, which is always a good sign, actually. Alright, here we go. So I'm going to fight this battle. It's kind of dangerous. But I need to try to kill this giant. And it's worth going for. So like I said earlier, the giants drop what's called the Sword of Destruction. At a 1 out of 8 chance. And I really need that for the end game. Nice Kaishin. So, no sword drop, but that's a huge chunk of experience. We already got the hero to 17. So that's what's most important, is getting the hero levels. Because his strength stat and HP are going to matter the most for the end game. The other two usually hit around the same level every time. You'll see Lara's usually around 18 to 19, and the princess around 15 to 16. Oh, he put us to sleep. Yeah. That's how this goes sometimes. Things can look really good and then it turns around in a second. Yeah, I remember. Hold select while you press the power button. I do remember as a kid losing save files, not doing that. I think it was like Zelda 2, The Adventure Link or something. I think these guys like sleep blocked me. Oop, maybe not. welcome to the grind portion of Dragon Quest II. This is the grinds. So we're looking to get the hero up to level 21. Actually, so far the run's gone pretty well. I wouldn't say really well. I had an early death that cost probably 15 minutes, but since then it's gone pretty good. I had first try Roan Shrine, so that saved me a bunch of time. So far this grind's going pretty average. Not great, not horrible. But yeah, you guys want to stick around for the end. We should be making our final boss attempts probably around 45 minutes from now. Maybe earlier, depending on how this turns out. Nice cushion. Yeah, there's no metal grinding in this game. Metals weren't really worth grinding. Oops. She was the only one awake. Well, now she's dead. Metals weren't really worth grinding until you hit Dragon Warrior 3. Oh wow, that killed him. Alright, just gonna Death Warp here, it's a little bit faster. Because you get the revive immediately. No pulse, no breath, cold as a god. Yeah, so the metal enemies in this game still kind of around the Dragon Warrior 1 levels. Sorry. In that the metal slimes are worth like 130, 135, and the babbles are only worth like just over 1,000. And not only that, they are very difficult to kill. Slimes have 6 HP, and babbles have around 37 HP. So they're pretty impossible to kill until you're high enough level. Alright, so again I'm hoping for a sword drop from this giant. I have to actually kill him last, because only the last enemy can drop an item. No sword, but still a nice chunk of experience. Yeah, so you're not killed in this game, you are utterly destroyed. The translators knew what they were doing when they translated this game. We're making some good progress. We're at level 18 already. So once the hero hits level 19, I'm going to switch up the grinding. We're going to move to the north for the last 2 levels. So there's one main reason for this, is we need to kill the giants more often to get a sword drop. And the other reason is they give more experience overall, and you can level up faster. And then I can also show you guys the big glitch. Yep, so not too much more to go here, and then we will change it up. Just a few more battles, I think. Whoa, they targeted her. Alright, add this one up to the COD counter. Utterly destroyed. So you can see easily at the even higher levels you can get destroyed by these encounters that I'm trying to kill here. And there we go. I think we can still get these guys. There's a tremendous blowback. Nice Kaishin. Oops, not outside. So I always thought it was funny that the your characters have a tremendous blow, right? But the enemies have a heroic attack. It seems like those are like reversed. Alright, we're going for this here. Good chance I'm gonna die here, but I still need to kill these giants. If I can. There's another heroic attack. Alright, I'm probably dead here. And the hero switched targets and killed neither of them. Wow. Utterly destroyed. So here's our first glimpse at a Bulwong. I might fight a couple of those later depending on when it happens. It's funny you mentioned Little Nemo. That's actually another game I had as a kid, one of my favorites. It has really good music, you're right. Alright, is that it? Nope, Laura's got a 17. Alright, we're really close. Oh, Alani got 13. We're probably like one more battle away here. One or two. Actually, let's do this. This is a pretty rare encounter here. Ah, he sniped us. Alright, 1892, so 2 more good battles, possibly 3. Alright, one more of those battles and we are good to move on. Nice. Alright, we hit 19. Alright, so we still got 2 more levels to go. Possibly 3, depending if we get the sword drop. But we're going to change zones now. And we're going to work our way to the castle. Oh, perfect. So this is what I want to see, like a single giant. Gives us a nice, easy chance of the sword drop. So there's a reason I'm going to work my way to the castle. So I'm going to be activating a glitch. So if you remember earlier, I killed an extra evil clown to buy a weapon called the Falcon Sword. So what the Falcon Sword does is allows you to attack twice in a turn. But it has really low attack power. So generally it's not really worth it, just because it has like 5 attack power, and you're talking like endgame sword, I think it's like 80 attack power, or close to it. Maybe it's 70. However, there is a way you can make the game think you have the Falcon Sword equipped with the attack power of the Thunder Sword, or whatever other sword you have. And to do that, I need to get to the castle. So, if you remember Hargon's castle, when you get here, it shows up as the original starting castle, Middenhall. And it's an illusion, right? You need the Charmer Rubus to dispel the illusion and advance. However, if you do anything in that fake castle, it reverts when you go back. To the whatever you have to equip. So if you like equip things, if you heal, use the inn in that castle, it reverts everything. Except for one thing. Which is the attack power and defense power calculation. So, the only time this game calculates how much attack power and defense power you have is actually in 2 instances. Either when you level up, or you change your equipment. So, I can trick the game into thinking I have the Falcon Sword equipped with the attack power of the Thunder Sword, or the Sword of Destruction, once I get it. Hopefully, once I get it. So you'll quickly see how good it is once we get it going. So hopefully I survive this. Nope. Alright, so we got to... I want to get to the castle here. I'm going to try to heal and do it. I only need 1 character alive. Since I'm so close, it's worth going for. Ouch. Alright, we made it. So I'm going to equip the hero with the Falcon Sword. It lowers his attack power by a huge amount, as you saw. I'm going to go into the Fate Castle. I'm going to equip the Thunder Sword. It's going to give me a high attack power again. And then I'm going to leave. So now, the game reverted back to my Falcon Sword. So the game still thinks I have the Falcon Sword equipped, but it has not recalculated my attack power. And it won't do so until I level up. Or I go back into the equip menu, which I'm not going to do. So you see here, I'm going to attack twice with the power of the Thunder Sword. So this basically makes the whole endgame thing possible to beat this game at a low level. Previously you had to get the hero up to level 26 to be able to do it. And now we can beat the game at level 21, or you could probably technically do it at like 20 or 19, but it's just such a low chance that it's not worth doing it that low. So having this double attack here, the snipe, makes these battles go a whole lot faster and a whole lot safer. Alright, so Lars is now 18, which gets him Firebane. So Lars finally learned a area of effect spell. It took this long. Firebane is it's a good spell, but it's not as useful as it was in later games. It doesn't do a whole lot of damage. But the nice thing is, it does hit every enemy. Usually I need to fight him first. So again, I'm looking for the sword drop from this giant here. Is that all she has? Is 62? I guess so. Yeah, Ilani's a little bit behind on experience. There we go. Is that 20 already? Yep, right. So now the glitch just deactivated. So I'm gonna equip back his Thunder Sword for now. Because the hero just leveled up. So I'm going to make a slow trek back towards the castle. Kill what enemies I can. Like this. Alright, looks like Lars is going to be the only guy to kill this guy. Maybe. And the blizzard drops the treasure chest. Unfortunately, that's not what we want. Who got it? Okay, he did. Alright, so still making pretty good time. The only thing I'm still worried about is not gaining the Sword of Destruction. I would really like to get it. So I'm just gonna have to kill as many giants as I can here. And hope. So if you notice, this little corner right here is in an easier encounter zone that borders with some of the other map. So that's part of the reason why I walk around this side. Alright, we're back. Again, we're going to equip the Falcon Sword in the castle and equip the Thunder Sword back. And that's all there is to it. We could also use the Charm of Rubus. Does not matter. Alright, we got it. Yes. Yes. Alright. We got the sword. Alright, so we just got to finish off level 21 here, and then we can start the final boss sequence. Again, so the Sword of Destruction is actually a cursed sword. It has plus 13 attack power over the Thunder Sword. Fortunately, when you use the Thunder Sword as part of the glitch, it'll say you're cursed in Hargon's castle. But then when you leave, you'll have the Falcon Sword equipped again with the power of the Sword of Destruction. So that's what makes it so good to have. So even with the glitch activated, there's some battles up here that I just don't want to fight. They're just too dangerous. Alright, Lars 19. So I want to get not only the hero to 21, I want to see that Alani gets to 15 as well. Because there she learns Heal All. And it's a pretty important spell. So hopefully we can finish this off before these guys get us. Nice. Alright, so the two people that needed the experience got it. I think she still has a wing, yep. So that was my old backup wing. I just never had a reason to use. Alright, 1500 for the hero, and 289 for Alani, so... should be within 2 more fights here. Yeah, so welcome to the stream, anybody that's new. This is the... Oop, there's Alani's level. This is the Dragon Quest RTA Marathon number 3. So this whole weekend we got a whole bunch of community members doing runs of the Dragon Quest games. Star links the schedule there so you guys can see it. Check that out. There's all kinds of cool stuff. And up next we got Dragon Quest V by Hoishin. And there's 21. Stay tuned for that. That's a pretty cool glitched run of that game. Gonna beat it in under an hour. Alright. We got all the levels we need. All that's left is we gotta do a few extra quest things. Or actually just one. And then we're gonna pick up a leaf. head over, grab a leaf, and then we're going to get the Charmer Rubus, which is the last item we need to get through the final castle. And then we begin the either very long or very short slog that is the final boss rush of this game. Hopefully, I'm hoping it won't go too bad. I'm hoping to beat it within like half an hour or so. But there's a chance, I'll say again, that the run doesn't finish. If the game decides no, we will have to move on eventually. But we have a lot of time, so I'd say there's a good chance to get it done. We got over an hour. So even though I have Repel up, there's a few encounters that you still hit on the world map. Alright, thanks Star, I'll try. So for 40 minutes ahead of schedule, that means we got like 2 hours of this. So you guys are in for some fun times. Alright, so we got the Rubus Charm. Let's get out of here. Alright, Thunder Sword, let's give it to her. Who has the charm? Light Sword, I. Okay. Alright, well, if it comes down to it, Star, I could maybe show off, like, the manipulation name a bit. I don't know. Just a thought. Alright, so welcome to the final boss rush, where you get destroyed by random encounters before you even get there. Alright. That's a COD++. We'll see when we get there, Star. Alright, so I'm not going to be fighting any more enemies except for the final 5 bosses. So the plan is to make it to the castle with as many resources as possible. MP, HP, and all that. And then we will have the first gatekeeper of the run, or the final boss gatekeeper, Atlas. So he's good there. Alright, so we're going to give Lars' water flying cloth to the hero. So unfortunately, Lars is going to be extremely vulnerable here. But the hero needs the extra protection from the water flying cloth. Alright, so now that we're in the Fake Castle, we're going to equip the Cursed Sword. I have been cursed. And we're going to use the Charmer Rubus. So again, just like the glitch before, the game will remove that cursed sword and put this falcon sword back on me. And then I keep the power of the Sword of Destruction. The attack power, that is. Alright, just make it through these barriers here. Use the Eye of Malroth. It sees all, I guess. It's kind of strange. Alright. So we got 2 floors of enemies here that are very dangerous, and there's a pretty high chance that Lars can die because he no longer has his water flying cloth. Please run away, Babel. Okay, surround us? Okay, though. We'll take that. Okay. So you get crazy encounters like this, and good chance Lars can die here. He definitely died there. Alright, that's okay though, we'll still keep going. Oops. I have a leaf, so it is worth at this point continuing on and then using it and trying to kill Atlas if I can get there. So all I gotta do is get to these stairs. Yeah, so Lars is just playing his part. Prince of Canuck should be dead, right? That's how this game works. Alright, where is the leaf? Alright, so you're going to use the leaf, heal him up, take an attempt here at Atlas. So Atlas attacks twice, and he single targets a character until they're dead. So I need to be able to attack with the hero. So that being the case, I need Atlas to attack either Lars or Alani. Otherwise, I'm pretty much dead. Alright, you attacked Alani. That's good. So I'm going to try to keep her alive as long as possible. Usually it takes at least 3 rounds to kill him, sometimes 4. Alright, it's going to be 4 this time. Alright, we got rid of Atlas. I'll take this. So we already used our leaf, so unfortunately we can't revive her. And she's pretty key to the final couple bosses. So unfortunately we're probably not going to do this in one go, but we'll get rid of as many of these bosses as we can. Oh, he got me asleep. What the heck? So this guy's a bit of a troll. He can, oh jeez. Hopefully the hero wakes back up, because I have no way to kill him otherwise. This guy can also cast Sacrifice once his HP is below a threshold. Alright, now he woke up. He's dodging 2 blows, what is this? And he defeated me! Oh man. That's just too funny. It's kind of how these go sometimes. Alright, we're dead. Utterly destroyed. We got rid of Atlas though, and he is one of the most difficult bosses to get past, so I'll take that. I'm gonna go get another leaf since I used it. Captain Howdy made a wonderful appearance today. Yeah, his defeat game is on. Every once in a while he'll snipe you with a defeat. He's very vulnerable to sleep, but obviously the princess was dead, so she could not cast it. And the hero getting hit by sleep and staying asleep for that long is really, really rare, which is funny. It's like you see something new every time you play this game. Like, I've never seen that happen before. The last run I did of this, before the marathon, I was heading to the Rhone Shrine, and I was there on the final stretch there up to the island here in the forest, and I was about 5 steps away, and I ran into an encounter. I had everybody alive, and a leaf. And I had an encounter with 3 blizzards, so like, well, this isn't too bad of an encounter, so, you know, I failed run once, and then the first blizzard casts defeat, and it hits all 3 characters, and I'm dead. It's just crazy stuff like that happens once in a while. You can't help but laugh. Alright, so we're gonna make our way back to the castle. We got 4 bosses left to get through. The next 2 are actually relatively easy. Bazuzu doesn't usually troll that much. Usually his fight is pretty easy and straightforward. So the glitch is still activated. We didn't make any changes to it, so we don't have to set it up again. Oops. Unfortunately, you have to cast Step Guard every time you leave the damage tiles and re-enter. Yeah, so just need to get through these 2 floors again, hopefully with everybody alive. If not, it's actually not as big of a deal as it was, because I need everybody alive for the Atlas fight, but I don't necessarily need Lars alive for these fights. He's nice to have, but not 100% necessary. Alright, we're back to the floor here. So, no more random encounters, just the bosses. Captain Howdy. He cast sleep on us again. No, he cast heal all? That's pretty rare. If we just get him to sleep, he's actually pretty vulnerable to sleep. There we go. There we go. Nice and easy. That's usually how that fight goes. Alright, next we got Zarlox. He's not too hard usually, but he can, I mean, like all the bosses, have the potential to kill us if he doesn't play nice. Alright, he's dead. Nice and clean fight. Alright, we got two bosses left. Hargon. Well, one boss and then another boss. A bonus boss, if you will. Here's Hargon, the guy we set out to kill. This guy is one of the most trolliest bosses there are. He'll cast Heal All if he is below half his HP at a 70% rate. Which is a pretty good chance. And there it is. So basically we have to kind of wait through until we get a good turn order on him. Or get a Draminous Blow. Nice Kaishin. Unfortunately, that doesn't mean he's dead. Unless the hero goes first. Nice. Alright. Okay, well this is it, Hargon. We got a little bit of a setup here. Switch some equipment around. We're gonna give that to Lars. Give this to Lars. Nope. Give this to her. Or I just threw away the armor magic. That works too. It doesn't matter. It's fine. Alright. Alright, here we go. Light sword, heal more, defense. So I need to get 3 defenses off of him ideally. If he starts with the heal all, that's really good. So we got 1 in. Alright, we got him surrounded too. 2 defenses in. This is really good. Oh, he's dead. Okay. Alright, breathe fire. Nope, okay. Alright, the miss is good. So we can still kill him here. I need 3 turns. There's 2. Alright, we got him. Yes. This is a PB for me. Wow. There you have it. Malroth cooperated enough there at the beginning that I was able to pull it out. That's pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that. That's the first time I've had a pretty decent endgame boss rush. It only took about 19 minutes right now. Yeah, it's okay. The schedule is screwed. No. I got an idea to show something. We'll do that. Alright, Star, time's gonna be coming up here soon. This last text box, right now. And there you have it, Dragon Warrior 2. And then peace returns. This game has great ending credits music. There's actually some words to it. I don't know them. They're in Japanese. I'm sorry. But enjoy the credits. Oh, you stopped on Malroth died. That's okay, I can retime the run. I got a local copy. It's around 4:15 probably. Which is a PB by like 10 minutes for me, which is great. It's actually maybe 5 minutes off of the, 4 minutes off of the best time for no RNG manipulation. Pop is singing for all of us. Alright, well thanks for the GG guys, thanks for watching this. I did not expect the PV. I came in at an hour under estimate. So what do you want to do, Star? I can like show off the name thing. I can with the RNG manipulation. It's basically just showing there's no encounters, you know, and like all the townspeople walking in a direction. It's kind of funny, but other than that, I don't have anything else in mind. All right. All right, so since we got finished an hour early, I'll show you guys. Let's copy that one. Oops. New quest. You know what? Let's do the full thing, if in case I get to it. Alright, let's pull this up here. So I'm going to name the hero, so if you want to do this at home, it's really easy. You can just name the hero TUT and pick fast message speed. I'm going to actually use a different name that does a similar kind of thing, the same kind of thing. I'm going to use the name U, capital H, K, and D, and fast message speed. So that name, combined with fast message speed, what it does is it gives the RNG a specific number that it's like a, I don't know how to describe it. Too bad Vex Herd is not here. He's the one that found this. He's a tasser. And he did the task for Dragon Warrior 3. But he found this, and what it does is it gives the RNG a specific seed where it lands in a hole where it's stuck forever. So basically every time the game tries to grab a new RNG value, it returns the exact same value back over and over and over again. And then you'll see the effects here after the intro. So yeah, if you guys haven't seen like tasks and stuff before, those are really cool. Taskvideos.org. There's a task for pretty much every game, and there's also like entertainment tasks. Really cool stuff on there. So if you like watching video games get broken, that's a fun watch. So we get to see Moonbrook burn down again, which is really fun. Every time you get to reset this game, Moonbrook burns down. Yeah, so I'm going to show off a bit of the seed lot glitch here, just to fill some time. It's probably not going to be like an hour's worth, but since we're like an hour and a half ahead of schedule, I think it makes sense. But up next is Hoishin with Dragon Quest V for the PlayStation 2 version of that. Yeah, and later in the marathon, we're going to have Star Violence. He's going to be racing Pop in the Super Famicom remake of this. Which is, they really balanced a lot of different things in this game for the remake. Made it a lot more manageable to get through in a reasonable time. You don't have the huge difficulty spikes, and a lot of the other stuff is tweaked to make it play better. That, as well as the Game Boy Color version, which was based off of the Super Famicom version of this. Alright, so Soldier's back. He's going to die. The king talks to his heir, a kid, UHKD. So first thing you're going to notice is the NPCs. Because the game is calling the same RNG value over and over again, the NPCs are going to move in the same direction all the time, and everything's going to the right. And they get stuck on the wall. Including the dog. And then the other added benefit is there are no encounters. So I can walk around here, doesn't matter where I go. No worries about encounters. So the nice thing about this is you can pick up Prince of Cannock and Princess of Moonbrook. And it's not a problem. So I did not save there. So as soon as I save the game, it's actually going to break the seed lock because it reseeds the game with a new seed. But I had to talk to the king there to start the other quest. Actually, I'm supposed to go to this cave first. So let's do that. Everybody likes to go to the right. It's like the world's tilting to the right. If you use the Tut seed lock, it's actually a different number, and the everybody will walk downward. So the other nice thing about this is you can listen to the music, you know. That's not interrupted by a battle every 10 steps. So those gold chests actually have random values, but not when the seed's locked like this. So that chest always has 20 gold. So I'm just going to go down here and get the silver key. Why not? There's no encounters. There we go. Yeah, so I'm just going to pick up a couple other chests over here. A wing and some more gold. It's always 36 pieces. And we're going to pick up this chest. Just as an herb. So we got what we need out of this cave, so we're gonna head back out. You can walk back over to Cannock. Yeah, so you can see already how powerful the RNG manipulation is in this. Eventually, you actually have to unlock the seed, because once you get into the forced battle for the ship, if the seed is locked, the game will soft lock, and you can't do anything. But this, what it does is it allows you to pick up the Prince of Canuck and the Princess, get a bunch of items. I can get the Cloak of Wind too, and get all the party members together, unlock the seed, and then either grind or manipulate the game further, which is where it'll eventually go. So you gotta walk back out, unfortunately, because it's impossible to death warp when there's no enemies. And you have to come down here and pick up the Prince of Canuck. And everybody's going to the right. And it's Newmore. Alright, so you got Newmore. He actually starts with more HP than the hero. Never noticed that. But now that you have him, you can get through this next gate. So these soldiers block the way unless you have the Prince of Canuck. So this game is so much easier when there's no encounters. Actually, I can go get the mirror first. It's been a while since I've done this. So there's actually a specific setup you can do with the equipment. So what you do is you end up with a specific equip, and then when you unlock the seed, you know exactly where you're starting from in the RNG. So what that does is allows you to manipulate from that point on in the game. So you'll see that in the manipulation route. And it requires, I wouldn't say like frame perfect inputs, but pretty good control over your inputs to do correctly. So it's still pretty difficult to pull off. Everybody's going to the right. To the right. Alright, so we got the Princess of Moonbrook. I forget what her name is, actually. PETA. This is quite an interesting name. So again, I'm not saving, but I'm continuing my quest, because as soon as I save, it'll unlock the seed. Or unlock the RNG. So now that we got everybody, we can just make a march over to the Tower of Winds. Along the beach. I only recently realized this was like supposed to be a beach along the mountains. And you get to enjoy the full music soundtrack. Alright, so I'm gonna go get the cloak here. And then I guess I'll leave it up to you guys. I can show off a little bit of the metal slime manipulation. It's been a while since I've done it, so I might have a little bit of trouble remembering it. Or I could go and soft lock the game. Alright, I'm seeing some votes for soft lock. So I can do that. I don't think it's something I showed off before. Let's see. Yeah. That's a good question. So unfortunately I don't think I can really show off both, because I have to save the game to unlock the seed. And as soon as I save the game, it's gonna, well, as soon as I save it, it's gonna unlock it. So I can't do the soft lock anymore. So I'll show off the soft lock. I'm just gonna walk over to the tower, or the Dragon's Horn, and to the ship. But yeah, actually that was one of the first things I tried when I figured some of this stuff out. Was I tried both names combinations. So there's actually two seeds that are locked. This gives one, and then the Tut name gives the other one. But unfortunately, neither of them give you a lottery ticket. It is one of the things I tried. So the manipulation route, actually, you save the game, manipulate all your way walking to right here, and then you get a battle with a metal slime. And then what you do is you continue on with some walking after you kill that slime, get another one here, get another metal slime here, and what you can do is you can buffer your way through the fight by you hold the B button to buffer the flashing, and then you hold A to attack, and you'll get the same result every time. Actually, I might have a copy on my flashcard. I might be able to show that off after the soft lock here. Yeah, what Heartspare said there. A guy by the name of Catclaw actually found the initial metal slime part of it. I added on 3 more metal slimes to that manipulation route when I was playing with it and kind of running it. And then Nessa Carnaldi added on 30 metal pebbles, which is pretty amazing. Actually, you know what? I'm curious if I'm going to find Dews Yarn. I'd never tried it. I'm going to try it. So we're going to find out if it's a seed where you find the Dews Yarn or not. Nope. So since the seed's locked, the RNG is not going to change and I'm never going to find it. So that's funny. Alright, so here we go. So this is nothing really that spectacular. As soon as I trigger this thing over here, the battle screen is going to pop up, and then the menu is going to go blank, and there's nothing you can do. So here we go. Help, help! Evil has come! This is a new kind of evil that destroys the game. And there you go. So you get this forever. And the game is done. So it doesn't know what to do. It tries to look up RNG values, but there's something in that lookup process for a battle that just confuses it, and it's done. So this is the bad end. Alright, so if you want, I can been a while since I've done this. Let's look at my saves here. So I got a whole bunch of practice saves that I had made. Let's see, which one was it? Metal slime. So I had a couple. One with the tut manipulation. Alright. So I think this should work. So I'm going to copy this save file over. Let's try this. Alright, so this has the exact same thing. I have a few extra items. Oh, nope, that's not the right one. We'll try that again. I'll try this one. Alright, I think this is it. Yep. So basically this is exactly what I just did, only I didn't go to the other town. You can see my HP is still the same, MP and all that. The only difference, I equipped the sword and the Cloak of Winds, and then I bought some herbs and an antidote herb for Newmore. And that's the only real difference. So now that I have this very specific inventory set up and naming and HP and MP, when I save the game here, I'm going to know exactly where I'm at in the RNG table. So that's going to allow me to manipulate my way all the way to kill a metal slime. It's been a while since I've done this, so bear with me. We'll see. So I'm actually have a window of about 4 frames to get it right. So I got a battle right there, which is not where I want to get it. Alright, so I'm going to save my game again here. And I need to kind of really good movement here out of this text box. Nope. So that time I was a little late. Alright, that's a good start there. So I have a couple more pauses here coming up. So I gotta pause to avoid encounters. So I'm skipping a certain section of RNG where I would. Alright, I think I got it. We'll find out here if I get a slime. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Alright, so all I gotta do is hold A. So I know the outcome of this battle. It's gonna happen every time. Because I'm locked on a certain RNG, and all I have to do is hold A button at this point. And so the slime will die, and I will get a drop of an iron helmet. So this part of it is easy. There's more to it. There's 3 more slimes. So there's the iron helmet. And here come the levels. So this is the cool thing about RNG manipulation. Obviously, it's a completely different way to play the game, but it's pretty powerful, and you can set up specific encounters, and as long as you can execute it, you know the result. So I'll go ahead and continue to see how far I can get my old manipulation route. Look, a slime. Right, so again, I menu buffered there 10 times for this slime. And we're going to get a similar result. Alright, just reviewing my old notes here. So after this one, it gets a little more complex because as you level up and you get lower HP, it's harder to manipulate these things. Alright, so this one has 2 steps. And there's your Kaishin. Alright, so that's 3 slimes. We got 1 more battle. Let's see if I can remember how to do this. So I actually have to wait on the screen, on the overworld screen here. got a little friend here. So we got one more little manipulation here. Alright, that should do it. So this slime should die by a Kaishin on the next turn. Right here. There you go. Alright, so this battle right here is the end of the manipulation. I'm going to surprise a Carnivog and kill it. So this actually gets the princess to level 4, which gives her Infernos. So at this point in the game, having Infernos being right here, if you do everything good up until this point, you can get to this here in about just over 20 minutes. And there you go. So that's the manipulation that I kind of helped come up with. Nest Carnality expands that too. So after that battle's done, he'll just keep going all the way up to the ship, do the battle, get the ship, take the ship all the way to where there are metal babbles on the overworld and kill 30 of them, which is pretty impressive. But personally, I'd rather not play the game like that. I like to play the game kind of more as intended, which is why I did the no manipulation run. But anyway, I guess that's pretty much all I have. What do you think, Star? Ready to go over to Hoshin? I can close it out here. Thanks for watching, guys. Stay tuned for Dragon Quest V. And I'll be back later in the marathon to run the Game Boy Color version of Dragon Warrior 1, which is right towards the end of the marathon, so on Sunday. But look forward to all these other runs, and have a good marathon.